And good morning, everybody. How are you? Welcome to a beautiful Sunday morning here in El Salvador. Today is a beautiful day, and I want to fly. I wanted to do a music stream today, but guess what? All my software on my Macintosh, which is the machine that I use for music production, is out of whack. Out of whack. It's like I had to reboot it and I had to install. So right now it's installing everything. So today that I wanted to actually do a music writing, I'm working on a song that I have a long time working on it, and I wanted to, get some work on it done. And I said, well, I should stream it. Why not stream it? That's a fun stream, right? And the damn thing is still getting updates. So we'll see. We'll see if it comes. If I can get it set up, maybe next week I'll do a stream, and you can see kind of music that I make. Today I'm gonna fly this puppy. This is the Seneca 5. It is a nice, powerful airplane, and we're gonna take it from Costa Rica all the way to Guatemala, but we're gonna be landing in Nicaragua, Honduras, El Salvador, and then finally Guatemala. And we'll see how if the weather cooperates. Right now it says it's VFR, so I think right now we'll have a good flight. This is Costa Rica, by the way. Check it out. Isn't it pretty? And yep, Costa Rica looks just like this. It is beautiful, and the airport is not like super well rendered, but it's good enough. This is the what's it called? Juan Santa Maria International Airport, right? And these are buildings, so I don't know why it decided to turn it into this is a huge ass hangar. But yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator sometimes gets things wrong, so voila. And let's see, I wanted to see if we could. This is a Seneca, so Seneca 5 is a P-34, right? P-34? Viper. Seneca PA-34. Alright, we're going to connect. And I don't think there are any controllers in El Salvador, in Central America at the moment. Let's see, Matsim. I doubt it. Doubt it. Yep, nobody. So we're going to be flying alone. No air traffic control. And there's probably going to be one or two guys flying around us. Let's go ahead and make a flight plan, which is going to be from MROC, which is where we're at, to MGA. And MGA. And no alternate, and we're taking off in about 10 minutes, so 15:25 we'll say. Time and route. This first hop is only around 172, so it's going to take us about an hour. 1 hour, I'd say. We have enough fuel. Our cruise speed is going to be around 160, I hope. And our cruise altitude, we are going towards the west, so we can pick an even number. So I'm thinking 8,500 feet. And it's going to be a direct, so we'll do MROC to MGA, which is called MMGA, right? MMGA, right? MMGA. Is it? Or is that the VOR? Oh, that's the VOR. No, we're going to MNMG. That's what it's called. MN. Hmm? No. MNMG. Sorry about this. MNMG. Flight plan has been filed. Cool. We're ready to take off now. Let's get the settings now just to make sure that we're going to be able to hear air traffic control if it ever comes on. Blah, blah, blah. There we go. Settings. Audio. And yeah, we're on the right channel. And we're ready to go, guys. Now let's get our airplane started. Okay, this airplane is looks complicated. Really, it's not that complicated. Let's get these things out of the way so we can see all the little buttons and doodads. First thing we got to do is we're going to go ahead and open the full cowl flaps. All right, and we are going to turn on the battery. Right alternator and left alternator go on. We're going to go ahead and turn the right engine magnetos on. Oh, we got to make sure we got fuel. So let's open up the fuel. Let's also let's make sure we have fuel in the airplane. All right. Let's go to 70%. That gives us around 540 something. Forward passengers, it's going to be me and my dog, so we're going to say 50 pounds. 40 pounds. The dog is not that heavy. And we're good. And I don't know why the CG is out of limit. There we go, that's better. Put a lot more weight on the front. And cool. And tour of the airplane on the inside. Look how beautiful it is. Isn't that cool? It's a swanky, nice, beautiful airplane. And check out these doors. I mean, look how big it is. The access, right? You could fit nice and comfortably on this airplane for a pretty long flight, and you'll be good. And you got plenty of space here for your stuff, right? And how do I close it? I think I close it by pulling on this thing again. There. All right. Check it out. All right, and let's get some fuel going through these things, through these engines. All right, that looks good. Let's go ahead and yeah, we're good. Right fuel. That makes a fuel pump go, and we try to start the engine. Engine is on, and we make sure we have oil pressure, and we have oil pressure. We are at 1000 RPMs, and we're good. Air temperature, oil temperature is starting to come up. That's good too. Cool. Let's get we can turn the fuel pump off, and that stays pretty much the same, so that's good. All right. Left fuel pump, left magnetos, and we turn it on. Oh, we also should have turned this on. The lights. All right, let's try it. All right, left engine is on, and also nice at 1000 RPMs. We're gonna lower that a bit. We're gonna go ahead and lean a little bit. Make sure the engines are nice and lean. All right, we can take off the fuel pump, and we're good. Landing lights, we can turn them on. Taxi light, nav lights, and strobe lights. All of our lights should be blinking and doing their thing. Cool. This doesn't work. All right, let's turn on our radios. Let's go ahead and wait for them to boot up. And while those things are booting up, yeah, that's pretty much it. Nothing else we can do except wait for these things to boot up. We're flying with the old school Garmin's. This is the 530, I think, and 430, 450. Yeah, this is the 530, and this is the 430. And this is a weather thing for a weather radar, which I'm guessing the weather radar would be here at the tip of on the nose of the plane. It's cool that it has an option for a weather radar, but it's a beautiful day, so we're not going to use it today. We have live weather. So yeah. Cool. This is on, so we're going to go ahead and put our flight plan in here, which is MROC, also Santa Maria, Costa Rica. And we're going to MNMG. What? Oh, are you kidding? What did I press? Oh, I had pressed the ELT button. Alright, sorry about that. You have to click this thing here, then you can use the keyboard. Okay, MNMG. Nicaragua International Airport. Enter flight. Okay, that goes back. Cool. So we are now ready to go. And we need to switch our radio to 122.8. 122.8. Which is Unicom. And we need to do one last thing before we can take off, and that is check the weather. And for that we have a little command that we type into the VATSIM thing, which is METAR command, and we say I want the METAR for MROC, and it tells us right now that the wind is coming from 140 degrees at 5 knots, and our altitude setting should be 30.02. So let's go ahead and put 30.02 into this thing. 30.02. There we are. And 140, right? So let's look at the there are no windsocks. There are no windsocks, but we know that the wind is coming from 140, so we can use our drone camera and make sure that's 25, so it's pretty much a direct crosswind. It's going to be a crosswind takeoff. Seven. See, the wind is coming from 1/4 right here, and the runways are 25 and 7, so it's direct crosswind. There's like maybe 7 is probably better, so let's go for 7, and we'll go ahead and say Juan Santa Maria traffic November 42 Mike Romeo Echo type Seneca taxiing to runway 07 Juan Santa Maria. And we can go ahead and take the brakes off and start to taxi. Oh my gosh, big ass plane over there. I'm thinking we can kind of go through this whole thing here. Ooh. There we go. There's a weird greenish tint. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'm seeing this green tint on the ground. Weird. Can you guys see it? Is it just me? It's like some green little pixels, or maybe it's grass, or it's, you see it more through this thing, or it's just like some weird artifact, rendering artifact. Let's see, let me just make sure, because it's kind of driving me nuts. No, we're at the X11. Look right here, you can see it. What is that? These little green thingies. That looks strange. I wonder if you guys can see it or if it's just me. Maybe I'm obsessing it and you guys can't even see it. Maybe it's my monitor. Go back, resume. We'll see if it gets worse or if it gets better. I was, let's see, let's check my GPU. It's doing good. It's doing 120 frames. Alright, so far so good. The Microsoft Flight Simulator was just updated, like yesterday on my computer, so to the latest version. So I'm trying to see if there's anything funky with it, if there's anything that shows up that's doesn't look right. But so far everything looks good, except for that little green thing. Hello, Planet Neutral, nice to see you. Welcome aboard. We're in Costa Rica right now, getting ready to take off, and our next destination is Nicaragua. Okay, we're gonna put our first notch of flaps. Also, we should check to see where our trim is at, because my trim wheel tends to get a little out of whack. Ah! Don't check your trim wheel while you're taxiing. Yeah, especially in the simulator, because you don't know when you go out of the runway. Everybody good back there? No? No? Cool. Everybody's okay. Let's get back on the runway. There we go. Nothing happened. Everything's great. Everything's good. And let's see. Let's see. Okay. Juan Santa Maria International Traffic, November 42 Micro Romeo Echo Type Seneca, taking off runway 7. Departure to the northwest. Juan Santa Maria. All right. Full throttle. I didn't put the fuel pumps on, but that's good. We're doing good. And there we go. We have taken off. Now I'm going to help myself with a little bit of trim here. Cool. Press the brakes. Gear comes up. Alright. This puppy loves to climb. Oh my gosh, we're going at 2,000 feet per minute. Let's go a little bit. Let's stay at 1,500 feet per minute. There we go. And now let's turn. Juan Santa Maria traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo, 4,000 feet. Turning left for a departure to the northwest. Juan Santa Maria, last call. There we are, Costa Rica. It's a pretty place. I like it here. It's a lot of fun. Oh yeah, we can put our flaps up. There. It's a real fun place to come and visit and have a blast. Costa Rica is a fun place. Let's see, we should be tracking desired track is 321. So woo. We'll say here 3, 2, 1. And yeah, we can go ahead and turn a little more. Alright. It does tend to get a little bumpy here because a lot of thermals, and there's a lot of little hills and mountains. It's very broken terrain. All of Central America is kind of hilly, volcano-y, and hilly. So yeah. There we go. There are some very high mountains, but I'm thinking we'll clear them at 8,500. We'll see when we get there. We're close to 8,500, and we're close to where we're gonna go ahead and meet up with our desired track here. So let's go ahead and turn on the autopilot and put it on nav mode. Nav mode. And I want to keep climbing, but not so aggressively. So we'll say we'll climb at 500 feet. So now it's a cruise climb, pretty much. And here it should start turning us to the right. 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 Nav mode. Oh. Do I need to change this thing here? Nav mode. Oh, I know why it's not doing it. The flight director isn't on. That's dumb. There we are. Flight director is on. So now the autopilot can work its magic. And we're gonna turn heading mode for a bit. And then we're gonna switch over to nav mode once we capture this line. Sorry, I'm not being too professional, but you know, we do what we can. We can turn off our landing lights too. That's good. Taxi lights can come off. Strobe lights will stay on. And now we switch over to nav mode. Now it should turn us in the right direction automatically. Automagically. We're at 8,500 already. Check it out. So we're gonna go ahead and go down, go down, go down, go down. And we're gonna go ahead and start to adjust our plane for cruise. I want it to be around 30 inches. And our RPM, we can take them down to 2,200. And we need to lean a bit, so we're going to go ahead and lean. We're going to lean it like we mean it. 1650 is the maximum, so we'll say at 15 something, and that's good. There we are. We are leaned. We are ready. We are leaned. The motor is nice and steady. Our configuration is complete. Now all we need to do is get to the correct altitude and then press the altitude hold button, and the airplane will hold the altitude for us. And I'm not squawking correct thing either. 12200 altitude. There we are. Well, now it's a little bumpy because of these mountains, these hills here. but that's okay. That's normal. And we are at our altitude right around here. So we press the altitude button. And now it's going to trim automatically. See? It's doing a trimming automatically for us. Cool. Cool, cool. Here we are, gentlemen. Beautiful Costa Rica. Isn't that nice? That's beautiful San Jose back here behind us. And oh, you know what else we can do? We're already at this altitude. We can go ahead and close our cowl flaps. And I'll just keep an eye on our temperatures. There's a cylinder temperature indicator here somewhere. This is oil temperature and oil pressure. This is here we are. This is what it cylinder head temperature. So we're good. We're in the green. And right now our plane is having a woo, going up and down as we passed over those mountains. Nice whoopsie daisy moment with the wind. This little ridge here is wreaking havoc with our wind. But the plane's doing good. Plane's doing well. I love how green it all looks. It's fantastic. Costa Rica is nice and green like that. It is exactly like that. It's a beautiful country to come and visit, hang out in. Okay, we're doing 165 knots. So yeah, this leg of our trip is going to be about an hour. And we go, you know, we fly straight ahead as the crow flies, like they say, but which to me is pretty dumb because the crows are pretty slow compared to this airplane. So yeah, we're going to be flying at the speed of the fastest crow. Check it out. Our estimated time of en route is 54 minutes, according to our GPS, and our GPS is never wrong. Long live the GPS. And let's see. There is very little weather to worry about. I kind of want to try this thing. Let's see. Will it start? Stand by. There's the Bendix King weather radar. You can do a test. Okay. So far it's not doing much. On. I wonder if these are miles. 20 miles, 40 miles, 60 miles, 80 miles? Does it go that far? This is the range, so these are 10 miles. Pretty strong radar. Can you get the map? Nav and map. What does these do? Nav doesn't do nothing, I don't think. Map should show us the map below us, but it doesn't. Ooh, profile. Vertical profile. Oh, there we go. So we can see below us and above us. So if we see any weird activity here, on the radar, then we'll know that there's some clouds that are not worth getting into and we can evade them. But it's a beautiful day right now in Central America, so probably we won't need it much. I'm thinking we're not going to need it. We are going to be flying over the Nicaragua Lake of Nicaragua, which is huge. It is a huge lake, and it's just enormous. Originally, I think people were considering that to be an alternate Panama Canal kind of a deal thing, you know, a canal to join the Atlantic with the Pacific, because that lake is so huge, and you only have to cut a little bit on the side of the Pacific, and but on the side of the Atlantic, the route is a lot longer. So, and that is all man-made. That there's nothing there. So Panama was easier. Panama was just easier to dig. And so yeah, Nicaragua did not get chosen. They were thinking of doing a dry canal, though, which is interesting. A dry canal is basically, you know, they have a dock on one side and you have a dock on the other side, and you just move the containers over in trains or trucks, right? But that also means that you need to have shipping that is, you know, really well coordinated. A boat on one side and a boat on the other side, right? Whereas with the canal, it's just the same boat. The same boat continues and finishes the journey, right? So yeah. Look at that, beautiful start, beautiful day. Central America is fantastic. The weather is nice all year round in Central America. The beaches are warm all year round. You can go to the beach and have a lovely time. So super recommended if you can come down, you know, come down to Central America and hang out. Live music pretty much all the time. So, yeah. Let's see. Meanwhile, I'm here on the other computer. Oh no, is it still downloading? Oh, connection was lost? Really? No. So, continue to download. There we are. Here I am on the other computer downloading my music software. Basically, it's GarageBand. I use GarageBand and I use a couple of plugins for my synthesizers. And those, when I rebooted the computer, of course, those did not download. So those, I didn't save those. I have to reinstall them. I did save all my music files. Check it out. I don't know which volcano this is. This is a cool one. Let's see. Let me go look it up for you. I think that's Punta Arenas, but I'm not sure. Not sure. No, it's not Punta Arenas. San Jose. That lake there. This is the Children's Eternal Forest. All of this area here. And the volcano is called Volcán Arenal. So it's the Arenal volcano, which means more like sandy volcano. I guess it's because of all of this sand on the side. Right? Iconic Central American volcano. That's what they look like. We have one of those in El Salvador, which is called Izalco, and it also has that very distinct volcanic shape, like a little funnel, like a cone, and then a tiny little hole at the top. And then you have the huge ass volcanoes, like the one where we're going to be landing at, called Ilopango, and that is a volcano also, but it's a lake. It's so big. They say when that thing went up, it made the world dark with ash and stuff. Of course, none of us were around. Nobody, like, I don't know if humans were around. Let's see. That's a good thing to check. The last time volcano Ilopango went up. Ilopango volcano last eruption. The last eruption of Ilopango constructed a new lava dome which emerged above the Caldera Lake and formed las Islas Quemadas, the burnt islands. Okay, and that was in 1879. But that was the last one. What caused the collapse of Ilopango caldera? Let's see. Oh, ChatGPT is doing this. Ilopango is a volcanic caldera located in central blah blah blah. The caldera contains the second largest lake in the country and is immediately east of the capital city, San Salvador. The last eruption of Ilopango constructed a new lava. Okay, those are the burnt islands. Okay, here we are. The caldera collapsed sometime between 410 and 535 AD, based on radiocarbon dating. And it produced a widespread pyroclastic flows and devastated Mayan cities. However, says a team of scientists concluded that the volcanic eruption might have happened around 431 AD, based on volcanic shards taken from the ice cores in Greenland, levels of sulfur recorded in ice cores from Antarctica, and radiocarbon dating of charred trees found in volcanic ash deposits. So the last time this thing went up, it was 1,500 years ago. The Ilopango volcano, and ash was found from it in Greenland. Can you imagine? And yeah, of course, it devastated all sorts of Mayan cities. That thing, if you could get ash of it up in Greenland, I imagine all of Central America was like, what the hell happened? That was a big boom. And yet, that's where I live. Right next to that thing. I hope it doesn't go boom again. $167 knots on the ground. We're doing good. Our compass does not lie. We're staying steady at 8,500. No air traffic control to worry about. So we're good. So how have you guys been? I hope you guys have been doing good. I hope your Friday night was fun, was awesome. What is the consensus? Is Friday night the good night or is Saturday night the good night? Right? Is that party night? I had a nice dinner with some friends. But I think as a married guy, life like changes for you a bit. You know, married with kids and all of this, and my kids are older now, so now I don't know. I think when you're single is when Friday and Saturday night take on a totally different dynamic, right? For me, mostly it's like, oh, we'll go to the movies or we'll go to a nice dinner or meet with friends. But I remember when I was single, Saturday night was more about, oh, we're gonna go to the disco and probably meet people and meet girls and go dance. And now my dancing days are over. I don't dance no more. There's that green thing, and I don't know if you guys see it or if it's just me, and I think it might be my monitor. And if it is my monitor, that sucks because this monitor is... I hope it's not the cable or the monitor. Like giving me that weird ass green tint. Or if it's my monitor, let's see. GPU temperature. No, I don't need any of that stuff. Exit. Settings. Ooh. Adaptive sync. Picture mode FPS. Well, maybe that's what's causing it. Standard. There we are. Oh, maybe that's what was causing that weird green tint. I think it's gone now. Cool. So in FPS mode, it gets brighter, and then you get that weird ass green tint. Movie reader. Ooh, reader. No, I don't like it. RGB. Custom. RTS. Oh. We'll go to standard mode and we'll leave it at standard and see if that clears up that weird green thing that was getting on my screen. I think it's gone now. Yeah, it was some weird, it was like super bright. So yeah, it was my monitor. Good. I think when I was trying to turn it off yesterday, I must have pressed the wrong button and changed into FPS mode, which makes those little green dots visible. Here we are, coming up to Lake Nicaragua. It is a huge lake. Oh no, I'm still seeing those lines. This is gonna drive me nuts. Let's see, control options. No, not control options. General options. Why is this showing up? Frame limit, blah blah blah. Maybe if I switch from NVIDIA DLSS back to TAA, I wonder if that helps. Go back, resume. Nope, I still see it. It's gotta be a monitor thing. And I don't think you guys see it at all, it's just me. So yeah, it must be a monitor thing. Oh, that sucks. Let's see, what else can we do here on settings? Black equalizer. Super resolution. I don't know what that does. Display mode, default, overdrive, balanced, or picture quality. And adaptive sync is on. Okay, so far so good. Let me turn the dome lights off. Maybe that has something to do with it, because the dome lights are green. Causing something? I don't know. Yep, I still see that weird green thing. Don't know what's going on with my computer. Sucks. I'm thinking it's got to be a cable issue. I don't want to unplug cables though right now because we're in the middle of the flight. So we'll carry on. And I'm gonna go ahead and change my settings back again, because this equalizer thing that I did is dark. Gaming. Black equalizer. Yeah, there we go. Exit. Looks a little better. Ta-da. Guys, we're so close now. That's Nicaragua Lake right ahead of us. .8,000 feet. We are right on the border of Costa Rica and Nicaragua. I think we may already be on Nicaragua soil, over Nicaraguan soil. Let's see. Nope. The border is right at the lake, so we are so close. Yet we're still on Costa Rican soil at the moment. Over there to our left. Yeah, over there to our left is Liberia and all of those places that we were flying at last time. All those, remember we went to Sirena and we landed like in the middle of the jungle. That's all to our left on the Pacific side. We are over Lake Nicaragua. I think now we're pretty much over. We're right at overflying the border right now. I wonder if the border is just like a line I don't think they have a fence or anything, right? Or a border crossing from one country to the next. There should be like a border crossing, right? Must be like right at the maybe just the roads would separate one country from the other. Look at all these tributaries coming out, or maybe feeding. I think they're feeding the Lake Nicaragua. Little static wicks are animated on this airplane. Ah, my joystick fell over. There we go. So far, so good on this trip. We still got about 30 minutes to go. Distance is 84 knots, 84 miles, nautical miles to go, 167 knots. We're doing good. Everything is fantastic. On this first hop, which is a pretty long hop actually, to be honest, it's a pretty long hop. And then from here, the next hops are a little shorter. Once we land at Nicaragua, which is on Managua, which is on the other side. By the way, these are volcanoes inside of this lake. And there was a rumor, and I can't verify it, but I think somebody said there's actual freshwater sharks that live in Lake Nicaragua. And I will verify that for you in just 1 second. Let's see. Freshwater sharks, Nicaragua. Yes, freshwater sharks live in this lake. It's so big. There's something weird going on with my monitor. I do not know what it is. Let me see, maybe I can hear from here, display settings. Okay, nope, nightlight, nope, everything's good, this is good, display orientation is fine, advanced display. Properties. Alright. So this looks okay. graphics. Let's see if that has something to do. Oh. Flight simulator is set up for high performance, but that's it. I don't know what's going on. Alright. But the text also looks weird. Ah, I wonder if that's the... I don't know what that's going on with this water. Well, I have to check. Anyways, we got freshwater sharks. And I want to see if I can find a YouTube video or something. YouTube. And it can say Nicaragua, freshwater sharks. Right? Sharks in Nicaragua. Ooh, let's see what this guy said. It's not that far away. Oh, ads. Fantastic.
This is me jumping to a lake, a freshwater lake that is supposed to be the only freshwater lake in the entire planet that has sharks living on it. Volta Lake, or Bernada Lake in Nicaragua, claims to be the only place in the entire earth that has freshwater sharks living in its waters. The objective of the day is find out how did these sharks ended up living in this lake and how can they survive into a freshwater lake if they are supposed to be living in the ocean. And I know that you may be having a lot of questions right now. One of them, why am I wearing a helmet? Well, I was told that if I'm gonna swim with sharks, I'm gonna need a helmet for protection.
You need a helmet for protection from sharks, really? Okay.
This lake is also known as the Sweet Sea, and it is because it has its own ecosystem. It has dozens of different animal species living on this water. It has its own weight, and there are little formations of islands that are closer to each other that are called archipelagos. And something that is very interesting, this lake is also the biggest lake in the entire Central America region and also one of the biggest in the entire world. In Panama we have some freshwater lakes and I thought they were big, but dude, this lake, this thing that is behind me is massive.
I'm going to take it off the screen for just a second so you guys can get a look at the volcanoes that are inside the lake.
Now, there are different theories about the creation or the formation of this lake. There is a theory that says that this entire country was before a giant bay that was all covered in water from the sea. And there were sharks crossing from one side to the other, just going around, just, you know, hanging around doing shark stuff. But there was a time when the water levels start decreasing and all the animals that were in this area, they got trapped in the lake, so the lake got formed, and that's why there are sharks in the lake. That is also why there are a lot of other species of animals living in these waters, like the saltfish and also turtles, crocodiles, and all these kind of beautiful.
Oh my gosh, you put crocs, really? He put crocs in there when he said crocodiles. I wonder if I turn my monitor off and on again, if it'll fix it or if it'll just mess everything up. Let's see, power off.
Most of
you
the
guys are still
species
seeing it,
are
right?
completely harmless. But the one that lives in this lake is considered one of the most dangerous species, and it's because its unpredictable behavior. You never know what this shark is gonna do. And I'm talking about the bull shark. Yes, you heard right. The bull shark is a shark that actually lives in the water of this lake. And to be honest, I'm not a really shark expert, but I know that all animals have these hunting instincts, and if you tempt them, they are gonna go and take a bite of whatever you put in there. And I think that is what happens with the sharks. They have their own environment, their own habitat, and once you step into their house and you tempt them a little bit, of course, they are gonna take a bite. And I don't wanna be naive and say that the bull sharks are just little fishes that are in the water. You can go play with them, touch them. Of course not. They have a lot of teeth and they have a very good sense of smell, so never mess up with bull sharks.
I wonder if I can get better quality out of this video. Nope.
No, in the beginning, the people from Nicaragua, all the scientists, these guys were thinking that these sharks that were living in this lake were a unique and very rare species of shark that was specifically living in fresh water. But with the time, more scientists got their hands in and they started investigating, and with the time, they proved that this shark is in fact the bull shark. So the people from Nicaragua, they made even, I think it was like a coin or was like a bill about the shark, kind of like telling to the world that this was a unique shark that they had in this lake, so the people could come, visit the lake, see the sharks. But no, it was a bull shark. But that isn't it. There is another explanation for the sharks living in this freshwater lake, and that explanation.
A MacBook is a
ads.
but
Wow,
everyone
I guess
hates it when their new Mac.
this guy needs to, pay for his.
That these sharks travel through the San Juan River that is from the Atlantic Ocean all the way into the lake using the same technique that the salmons use once they are traveling up current. But these sharks, as they have unpredictable behavior, they did the same thing. So they traveled all the way from the Atlantic through the river and they ended in the lake. So they got kind of like trapped into the lake. So they have been living in this lake. And as sharks are very smart animals, they have adapted to the fresh water from this lake. And they have been reproducing themselves, keeping the production of more sharks. A lot of little sharks around there. But there is one problem in this entire adventure, and it is that I haven't found any shark yet.
I think he needs to go a little deeper, right? Look at that. Oh my gosh, the wind makes all those waves, right? Volcanoes all around the rim of the lake. It's amazing.
Have you guys ever heard about kayak? Well, today I'm doing it. This guy is waiting for me right there. Me siento ahí. Los piecitos. ¿Seguro que esto no se voltea? Aquí. Empujamos.
Oh, the guy's helping him. He's in. Oh, that's nice, dude. When I kayak, I do it on my own. I don't need any. Although it would be fun.
Así. Okay. doing it. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, not gonna help much if you're filming it, dude.
Here we go, baby. Let's swim with the sharks.
The guy in the back is like, help out! Help out, damn it. Those are some really great drone shots you got. Or are they drone shots? They gotta be drone shots, right? Oof. That's pretty high up too. His drone camera is definitely better than the camera he's got down there. Oh, those are nice.
It's time to introduce my friend, this guy right behind me. His name is Noé. In English is Noah, and I was joking with him because we are in a kayak and I told him that this is the ark. This is Noah's ark. But anyway, he was saying that apparently a lot of years ago in this lake there were hundreds of sharks, a lot of sawfish and like amazing stuff here. But the people start fishing, killing sharks to the point where you can barely see these animals now in the lake, and there were hundreds of them before, but now no more sharks.
Are you kidding me? This whole video.
In this entire island depends on what the lake is producing for them, and they also have some agriculture going on.
We watched the whole video and the guy's like, there's no sharks anymore.
You can see cornfields, but one of the biggest kind of meat sources is the lake. So they have been hunting sharks, hunting sharks to the point where you can't really find sharks in the lake right now. I have been told that there are some spots where the people actually see sharks sometimes, but it's very, very rare to see the sharks now. So my adventure to find sharks maybe not as productive as I want it to be.
Well, Jungle Boy, it was a good video, but at least we got to see some nice shots of the lake from down there, right? From the viewpoint. Lake Nicaragua. Huge lake. Two massive volcanoes inside it. And another bunch of massive volcanoes right on the edge. And right next to the city, which is where we're going, Managua. And that is where our first stop will be. Managua International Airport. And we are only 40 miles away from it now. See? Our first leg of the trip was 173 nautical miles, and we're only 40 miles away now from our first stop. Time flies when you're watching a video from a dude that could not find the sharks, or what he said the video was about. Look, ooh, you can turn this down if it gets too sunny, but right now it's not that sunny. So the Bendex radar, thank goodness we've not had to use it, so we can go ahead and probably turn it off. Stop wasting those amps. We are still going at 165 nautical miles, which is awesome. We are at 8,500 feet. And our outside air temperature is... Where do we have outside air temperature? There should be a thermometer somewhere, right? Thermometer? Where is there a thermometer? Let's check the instruments. There's got to be an outside air temperature thermometer somewhere. If you see the thermometer, please let me know and tell me where to look. This is the fuel. Oxygen, oil pressure. These are different temperatures over here. That's dumb. There's no outside air temperature. Dome lights. There should be a thermometer. So we can't set this thing if we don't have a thermometer. I mean, it'll give us the indicated airspeed, but it doesn't give you our true airspeed, and we'll figure out our true airspeed if we can put the correct outside air temperature here. This checklists functions. Oh, it doesn't work. Mode doesn't work either. So that is useless as well. Oh look, maybe it does have temperature. Let's see. Cabin temperature, outside temperature. Outside temperature is 14 degrees. There we go. So if it's 14 degrees, and so that's more or less around here, right? Around the middle. And we are at 8,500. There we are, more or less this thing. Check it out. 167 indicated, 160 true airspeed. That means we have maybe just a little bit of a tailwind pushing us along. 29 miles to go. Let's get information on our airport. Okay, Managua. Let's see, Managua. Alright, let's get info. Open airport. Information, the elevation is 194 feet, so we're high. We gotta go down. And it says right now, but the best runway is runway 10. So that's a little bit behind us, so yeah. We're gonna go ahead and do a left traffic pattern and land. And let's go ahead and descend. Vertical speed, and let's descend about 1,000 feet a minute. There we go. And we're 27 miles away. But we're gonna go ahead and start talking. Managua Internacional, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, type Seneca, 26 miles to the south inbound to enter a left traffic pattern for runway 10. Managua. Oh yeah, we're 8,000 feet. Check it out. Look at that, another little tiny lake over here. Lake Costa Rica over there. Lake Nicaragua over there, and this other tiny little lake, which that little tiny lake is called Laguna de Apoyo, which is like a small backup lagoon or something like that. Laguna de Apoyo. We are flying over a small town hall here called Granada. So this is Grenada. Look at that, it's so beautiful down there. I tell you, if we Central Americans had been able to choose our governments better, this place would be fantastic. But alas, we keep going from a bad situation to a worse situation somehow. Too much corruption going on in all of Central America. It's pretty bad. And I think that's one of the main reasons we can't get, we can't get faster into a developed nation or a developed state or whatever. It's a little crazy. A little crazy. All right. We are now at 5,500 feet. 18 miles to go. We're going to be settling down at around 1,000 feet. So I'm thinking 1,200 feet. That's going to be our pattern altitude. And we're going to see the airport. Actually, we're going to go ahead. Once we get to 10 miles, we're going to announce that we're going to do a right traffic pattern for runway 10. So that we don't need to go over the runway. You can go ahead and take it from the right. Let's see if there's any NOTAMs for this airport. No NOTAMs for this airport. So yeah, we can go ahead and choose whatever we want because there's nobody flying anyways. Nobody around here. It's just us. It is only us. All the buttons are in the right place. Yes. Alright. This does not have... This airplane does not need... whatchamacallem? Carb heat, right? There is no carburetor heats for the engines. So that is good. It's one less thing to worry about. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and arrest our descent a little bit. Oh, we got 3. No, we still have a ways to go. We'll keep going at 1,000 feet per minute. So there we go, guys. Took off from Costa Rica and now landing in Nicaragua, in Managua, on the wonderful, fabulous Seneca 5. Very luxurious. I mean, check it out. Like, oh, and you got this too for the people in the back. Little table there. Fancy, fancy. Leather seating. Managua traffic, November 42 Micro Echo type Seneca, 2,500 feet, 10 miles to the southeast, inbound. To enter a right traffic pattern for runway 10, Managua. All right. And now we're going to head and arrest our descent to around 500 feet per minute. because we need to slow the plane down a bit. Hey, Sleazy does it again. Thank you for the follow. Welcome along. How you been? Nice to see you. Fantastic. Yeah. Well, we are about to land right now in Nicaragua. This is Managua. And all of this we just passed behind us is Lake Nicaragua, which is the biggest lake in all of Central America and one of the biggest lakes in America. And we are now going to land in Nicaragua. We're doing a little tour around Central America. We started in Costa Rica. This is our first leg, landing in Nicaragua, and then from here we're just gonna fill up and go to Honduras, to one of the trickiest airports to land. Toncontin Airport is one of the trickiest airports to land in. It's in the middle of a whole bunch of mountains, and the approaches are crazy. So we're gonna go ahead and give it a shot. You know, why not? Why not? And I'm flying the Seneca. Yeah. We're flying the Seneca 5, Piper Seneca 5. So that's what, yeah. That's what we're doing. I love it too. It's fantastic. It's very fancy, isn't it? It's a super fancy airplane. Okay, I'm gonna lower our speed a bit. Get into flap range. We're still 4 miles out. And we're gonna kind of level off around here at 1,200, I think. And that will put us into flap range pretty much. And yeah, let's put the gear down. Alright, gear is down. And there's the airport. So we're gonna go and put first launch of flaps. And we're gonna take the autopilot off, and we're gonna go into downwind. Managua International Traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo. Entering right traffic. Right downwind, that is for runway 10, Managua. The only thing I don't like about this airplane is that the engines don't let you really see much. So yeah, you kind of have to strain to look over the engines so that you know that you're or trust your heading indicator and your GPS. But I think we're lined up there. I think we're on downwind. Yeah, VATSIM. We sometimes I'm lucky, and in Central America we get controllers. But today, alas, was no controllers. So we're just doing the CTAF, you know, just to practice. Make sure I think ahead of what I'm gonna say before I push the talk button. There we go. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and descend a little bit more. I'm going to go ahead and open our cowl flaps. And I am going to turn on our fuel pumps. And we're going to put our landing lights on. Cool. Cool. And we're going to do a 3-mile final, so it's going to be a short final. And I'm using my distance equipment over here to make sure I know when I get there. Alright. Give it a little juice. Full on the RPMs. And we go ahead and turn. And Manawa traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, turning base, runway 10, Manawa. At least now we can see the runway. We'll go ahead and continue on to final. Manawa traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, on final for runway 10, short final, Manawa. Alright, our gear is down. Yes, 3 green. And we're just gotta set this puppy down there. We're gonna get the second notch of flaps. And lose some of the speed. Trim the plane up a bit. There we are. Now we're on glide slope. We're a little low, but it's okay. I don't want to come in too fast. I don't know why it's coming in so fast. There we go. You got plenty of runway, so if we float it, it's alright. Wow. It is coming down fast. Oh, you know why it was coming down fast? I had forgotten my last notch of flaps. That's why it was coming down so fast. And look at that crosswind. Whew. Alright. Here we go. Easy does it. And perfect. We are down. Flaps come up. Ooh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Flaps come up and we take it out on the first exit here. Ha! It was pretty buttery, wasn't it? I thought that was nice. I thought we did a pretty good job here on our first landing of the morning. On Manawa. Manawa traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo is clear of the runway, Manawa. And I don't know where to park here. I'm guessing, let's see, Manawa, does it have taxi chart? Yes, of course it has a taxi chart. And these are the things that I don't know why, let's see, can you show it to you guys? See? You can layer the taxi map onto your other map, and then you can see where you are. Cargo ramp, military ramp. No, we're not, definitely not military. So we'll go here to whatever HS9 is, and we'll park there. Isn't it? I mean, just the fact that you can see where you are on the airport, for me, that is worth the money. Not looking like a, you know, especially these airports that I like to fly in, because I like to fly in all over Central America, and you know, SkyVector does not have charts for any of these airports here. So yeah, for me, it's definitely worth the money. Definitely, definitely, definitely. I am from El Salvador, yeah, Central America. It is one of our stops today, and we will be landing there in just a bit. So yep, turn our fuel pumps off, mags, and I'm gonna leave the battery on, but I am gonna turn off the lights. I'm just gonna leave the strobes on. Yeah. We're gonna go there. Right now, we're gonna go to Honduras, and then after Honduras, we're gonna land in El Salvador, in my home airport. Actually, that's where I'm learning to fly, and then from there, we're gonna take off and do our last. Yes, I'm learning how to fly. I don't. I have very few hours, but yeah, I'm learning. So let's give ourselves a little more gas. Let's go ahead and get to around 70%. There we are. There we go. And I don't have bikini changing music, but I do need to change it to a bikini. So I'll be right back. Actually, maybe I do have one of my songs, so I'm going to play one of my songs. By the way, you can get these songs on Spotify. So we're going to listen to this while I go in, and I'll be right back. All right, I am back. You know what I was thinking? I was going to do today was not going to be a flight stream. It was going to be a music stream, actually. But I recently reinstalled all my software in my Macintosh, and that's the machine that I use for music production. So when I was going to connect my MIDI keyboard to it and everything, I realized, oh, I didn't install GarageBand, and I didn't install my synthesizer software. So so then I decided I'll just go ahead and fly today, and I'll fly today and not record, because I have my keyboards back here, my piano and my synthesizer are back there, and I have another keyboard back there, which is what I use for a MIDI controller. And just right now, when I was going up for the bikini break, well, the bikini's under the clothes, by the way. That's why you can't see it. Anyways, while I was going for the bikini break, I decided, I just thought, heck, why don't I should go ahead and write music for the stream, right? I should have streaming music in the background, and make a couple of loops or something to go in the back, make it a little more fun. So yeah, I'm thinking next time I stream, it's going to be one of those streams where I try to come up with music for my stream and write it. Yeah. I write my own music. Yeah, I'm on Spotify, and I play for a rock band, but I also have my own my own music. And you can find me on Spotify. I am Omar Man. And let's see if I can. This is the song I always start my streams with. And when I don't know why you kind of have your favorites, right? So, and that one is one of my faves. So I'm gonna leave that on while I set up for the next leg of our trip. We're gonna go to Toncontin Airport, Tegucigalpa, which is one of the toughest airports to land in. There we are, 131 nautical miles away. And we're going to be heading 334. All right, let's get this puppy started again. RPMs. Oh, try that again. There we go. 1,000 RPMs. Cool. Let's get the other one. All right, there we go. And let's get the taxi lights, nav lights, and landing lights on. And we are ready to go. A lot of synthesizers, huh? I really like synthesizers. And that one has a bunch of classics. That one has the DX7, Yamaha DX7, which is a classic Yamaha synthesizer from the 80s. And it's got a mini Moog as well. And then it has an open source synthesizer as well in there. Like the main piano riff is done with a very basic open source synthesizer. Let's see, the weather at Nicaragua is 2985. 2985. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and take off from runway 10. And we're gonna stop the music. So yeah, that's my song. There's a couple of other songs there, and I'm in the middle of writing a bunch of new ones. But the writing process it takes a while. These songs I wrote during the pandemic while we were in we were home when we couldn't do anything. But now that I actually can do stuff, I do a little bit, but not. I'm not a good singer. My voice isn't that good. Isn't that naturally the timbre is not that great. And I'm kind of, it closes up on me when I'm trying to sing. I've been taking lessons, but it's still, I can do some, like for my band, I do the backup vocals, But yeah, not usually. I'm not the main voice. I'm not the main voice. Our singer is really good. Our singer here. We can listen to. You know, when Peter Mooney has on his stream a snippet of one of our songs, and here I sang on this one, and I wrote this one, and I sang on it. I don't do the main vocals, by the way. On our international traffic. November 14, Mike Romeo Echo taking off runway 10. Departure to the north. In my room. It's my intro song, yeah. My intro song, it's another song, not this one. But you're gone. Thinking of you. Actually, I should play that one. I'm gonna go ahead and change. Hold on, as soon as I take off. Ah! So much crosswind. Alright. Take off, take off, take off. Okay, if you know the brake. Here it comes up. No flaps required. But that was crazy. Just let me check. That second voice going, oh, that's me. And that song. Just stay with me. Yeah, so that song's called Hotel Lonely, and that one is also on Spotify, on YouTube, and a whole bunch of places. Listen to it. This is the one that Peter uses for me when I come in. The sun is rising, the tanks are moving, but the waiting sky ready to fight. The army's marching, the children praying. Beauty queen is stuff, she's brave with them black. People need love, not war. Real people need love, not war. I dare you to stop the bombs. I dare you to turn around. Take the fighters to the ground. Bring the people to their town. The world is watching your tower bombing. The subway's packed, my hope is greater than fright. Real people need love, not war. Real people need love, not war. The boxers fighting. I also did the vocoder voice there too. We're brave and not gonna need. Real people need love, not war. Real people need love, not war. Yes, real people need love, not war. And that song, by the way, that's the one. A little snippet of it. That's what Peter uses for my welcome sound on his stream. So yeah. And let's see, we are here on track. Hey, heck yeah, thank you, Planet Neutral and Sleazy. Awesome. So here we are, guys, flying over Nicaragua. We just took off, and we are now flying over Xolotlan Lake, or in Spanish it would be Lago Xolotlan. And I don't think this one has sharks in it like the other lake, and it's a lot smaller. I mean, we just look at it. This is another one of the cool things about Nicaragua. There's craters everywhere, like volcanoes everywhere. And look, a tiny little volcano inside the lake. Big ass volcano over here, and a big ass volcano over here. And in the inside of Lake Nicaragua, which is the huge lake that was back there, also there was 2 volcanoes inside that lake. It's like all of Central America is volcano after volcano. My house, I live right on the edge, on the lip of a volcano. So, yeah. The airport where we're going to land when we get to El Salvador is on the edge of a volcano. It's a lake, a volcanic lake. So, yeah, this is all Volcano City for all your volcano needs. Right, let's start leaning a little bit here. November 4th to Mike Romeo. It's a beautiful airplane, isn't it? I love the style, how stylish it looks. You know? I also like that Coronado took away the old dude, because whenever you saw the plane from the outside, they had they had an older guy who was the pilot, and I was like, dude, I don't feel that old yet. No, not yet. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Now I kind of like the fact that you have that guy. But I wish they would put more of these models, you know, so that you could identify a little better with the kind of guy that you're flying. Yeah. Oh yeah, inactive volcano in El Salvador. In Guatemala, actually. In Guatemala, there's a bunch of active ones still. In El Salvador, there's only 3 that are active, but they're very, like, they just rumble. They don't really shoot lava or anything, or they haven't in a very long time, but they do rumble, and they do make like tiny little earthquakes every once in a while, and they shoot smoke. There is one in El Salvador that was called actually the one in Guatemala still has lava. It shoots lava up, you know, and you can see it at night, you know. That one is still pretty active. It's called Volcán de Fuego, the fire volcano, and it's constantly shooting up these flames and stuff. El Salvador, we used to have one like that. Hard pass on the lava. Yeah, no, people don't live close to that one, right? Yeah. And where are those clouds? Oh, those clouds are just over there. Okay, cool. we're going, there are no clouds, so that's good. And anyways, there's this big one called what is it called? Izalco. Izalco volcano is a really nice, beautiful, very ash cone, tall ash cone. It looks just what you would think a volcano looks like, right? And it used to shoot a lot of lava and fire and everything. And so it was very famous in El Salvador because you could see it from out in the ocean. You could see it, and so it was called the lighthouse of Central America, because a whole bunch of people on boats could see it, and they would go, oh, okay, that's the Izalco, so I know where we're going, right? Right. So, and it was so beautiful, and it was so lovely, and it has another mountain right next to it at a safe distance, but, you know, it's still right there. The government decided to build a hotel and a resort so that you could see the lava and you could see the volcano while it was erupting. This was like in the 70s or 60s. And the day they inaugurated the hotel, that was the day the volcano became dormant and never erupted again. Since then till now, all it has is a little plume of smoke. So yeah. So I guess if you wanna get rid of a volcano, you make a resort. I'm trying to get there, but you know, I'm trying to do it organically. I'm trying to, you know, stream every weekend and get some people in here and chat and have a good time. Mostly I do it for fun, you know. I can only stream, realistically, I can only stream on Saturdays and Sundays, and not all Saturdays and Sundays, because otherwise, you know, my wife would get a bit ticked off at me. So yeah, I'm doing it, trying to just, you know, for fun. For fun. Streaming for fun. Like I stream whenever one of the people I like to watch isn't on. You know, if they come on, then I'd rather go to their channel and troll. So let's configure this puppy for it's a fast airplane. Look, we're doing 180 knots, but we were also burning a lot of gas. But it is a beautiful airplane, this one. And so luxurious. I do kind of wish I could sit back there. Can I move back there? Oh yes, you can. Check it out. You can see what it looks like from here. Check it. How's it going, man? Oh, this is what sim view would look like, right? His wing side, his wing replay. There's a few of these Senecas here in El Salvador that at the airport, and I'm often tempted to go to the guy and say like, hey, you gonna take it out? Yeah, can I go? Can I go for a ride on that beautiful airplane? I fly it in the simulator. But they do look nice. They look bigger. They look a lot bigger on like in person. It's like a wide body. They are very nice. And it's painted similar to this one, the one that's here in El Salvador. It's like a darker color. And the word Seneca is in a different font. It's not like this, it's more of a cursive. More volcanoes back there. Go 94 miles to go, 34 minutes estimated time en route. We did slow down a bit, so let me see if I can. What are we doing on fuel flow? Let's see. Got plenty of fuel, but it's going to be expensive. Let's see. We're doing about 11. 12 gallons per side. Oh, we got a thing here. Left tank. Yeah, it's not going to be that much. Let's go ahead and push it. Let's open up the throttle a bit. Let's see how much. Look at that, 170. 171 knots on the ground. 172. Push the RPM just a bit. Where are we at now when the RPM is? We're at 22 something. 1.5. Right now it's 10 degrees. Now we got a tailwind. Alright, and let's push our RPMs just a little bit. See how much more speed we can pick up. Far, so good. And still no VATSIM controllers. We have all of Central America to ourselves. Oh, I never refiled my flight plan. Might as well do that now. We're still flying on the old flight plan. Now we're going from MNMG to M Mike Hotel Tango Golf, and we departed at 17. We departed exactly at 17. And our time en route this time will be a lot shorter. Let's say we were going to be around 40 minutes. Cruise speed is around 180. And our altitude. That's good. Let's file. I wonder how long it takes for it to fix it here on the new. Yeah, it still hasn't fixed it. So we could see it on the map, on the VATSIM map. Oh, now we're chugging along faster. Check it out. 179, and look at this. Our distance is quickly moving. I'll go ahead and turn off the landing lights, taxi lights, rest. Cylinder head temperatures are still good. So we're doing great. And as we get closer to Honduras, it's going to start getting a lot bumpier because it is in real life. I have been flying in real life. I've been flying the Cherokee, Piper Cherokee 140. It's 140 horsepower. 4-seat Piper Cherokee, and it looks exactly like the Warriors in Microsoft Flight Simulator. It is identical to that in pretty much all the systems and everything, except that it's, instead of having 180 horsepower, which is what that one has, I got 140, so I got a what? It's a baby Comanche. I think it's a baby Warrior. It's very similar to the Warrior. It looks identical to it, and it's got the, I mean, inside it's exactly the same. Yeah. I think the Comanche is a little more, it's a complex airplane, right? It's got the gear, and it's got, RPM. I mean, you can, it's that prop, right? You can move. On mine, it's not. Mine is not a constant speed prop. It's a constant pitch prop. But it's a nice plane, though. I think I may have a photo of that. Of the plane that I fly. Let's see. Photos. There's new stuff in iCloud Photos. I'm not afraid to dox myself like Sim Caesar is. If I can find a picture. The paint scheme is a little but it's a school, so. Let's see, where is that? Oh, okay. It's gotta be around here. Here's a bunch of pictures I took when I went to Sun and Fun, which was amazing. That was a real fun trip. Yeah, here we are. This is the plane. Open that picture and show it to you guys. How do I make it bigger here? Just, there we go. And I gotta put it on this edge. And I gotta move it. There we go. That's right. That's the plane. Yankee Sierra 155 Papa Echo. The registration numbers here in El Salvador are ridiculously long. I don't know why. And that's the baby Cherokee that I fly. Fixed gear, fixed prop. Yankee Sierra 155 Papa Echo. That's my instructor over there walking. And that's a Tomahawk that I so much want to fly. That's in the school that is right in front of. Isn't it nice? I like the paint job. Yeah. That Tomahawk over there, man. Every time they go on a the details. It's a beautiful airplane. Every time they come out, you know, because they're gonna take somebody up on it, I always go and talk to the instructors. Because it's a plane I really want to fly. And that's me flying over the coast here of El Salvador. The coastline is very dramatic and looks really nice. That's all of Surf City. That is what our president has been promoting like crazy. That's kind of what it looks like from the air. And that's me and my instructor, and I took this picture while I was flying, so I can multitask. And all these pictures, he took them. I didn't take them. I just gave him the camera and he took them. And I think he took this one. That's our little Cherokee. So yeah, that's what I fly. And that T-tail Tomahawk, oh my gosh. They have 152s in the other schools. There's a whole bunch of schools there, flight schools. But to be honest, you compare the Tomahawk to the Cherokee, or the 152s to the Cherokee, and I think the Cherokee wins. It is much more of a nicer airplane, you know. Like it feels like a sturdier airplane. I've seen those 152s when they're coming down, you know, to land, and a little gust of wind gets them all flustered and weird. And the Piper, it's coming down, and you know, it's a little. It has less glide than the 152s, but it also feels like you got more control of it. Even as wind is hitting it, you can control it, no problem. 152s, it's like a leaf in the air, you know. Some wind goes and flies all weird. Tomahawk is nice though. I really do want to fly the Tomahawk. That one, I have to fly that one. Just the visibility inside the cockpit, everything is fantastic. You can look around and you see everything. There's no structural things that are blocking your view. I imagine that's what those diamonds look like too, you know, the ones that have those the what do you call it, Just that plastic dome, plexiglass dome over you, and you, no matter where you look, you don't, you know, you just see outside. That visibility is amazing. But those diamonds, I haven't seen any of those here in El Salvador. Not one. My instructor told me that this one guy had brought one, but I never saw it. I couldn't go to the airport that day. Would have been nice to see. The government here in El Salvador bought, I think they bought a couple of used Cirruses, the SR-22s. Those look nice too. Very nice airplanes, very modern. But I'm happy flying a Cherokee. Honduras is super hilly. It is, at least this part of Honduras, is extremely, extremely hilly and mountainous. And very bumpy rides. The northern part of Honduras, which we're not going to visit today, but that is a lot more flat. It's flattened out, and it's got a coast on the Atlantic, and that's pretty much the start of the Caribbean. So all of that northern part of Honduras is beautiful, actually. It's really well done. It's really great accommodations for tourism. And Roatan, for example, which is an island, that is like the typical Caribbean destination, right? If you like fishing, then yeah, that part of Honduras, it's cheap, it's beautiful, modern, and tons of things to do, like a lot of great things to do there. All right, we're only 46 miles away. We're doing 178 knots. So we're pretty much 15 miles away. Now this is tricky because for an airplane that is this small, it's not going to be that difficult. For an airliner, it's super tough to get in there. Because you gotta have to go very close to the mountains to get down on the runway. So let's get the information for Toncontín International Airport. Open airport information. There we go. Toncontín says we should be landing on runway 02. Okay, so we're gonna head north, and that is a little complicated because there's a big mountain right at the end of runway 2, so we're gonna have to do a little sweeping turn there. And let me show you guys what I'm talking about. You fly, no edge. I'm gonna show you Navigraph. Here we are. All right. So we're coming over here, and all of these are mountains, and Toncontín Airport is right down here in the middle of it. And we're gonna go for runway 2, so these are mountains already, so we're gonna have to come over here and do a quick turn and land. Yeah, that's the plan. And these hills here are at 4,000 feet. And Toncontín Airport is at 3,300 feet. So yeah, that's okay. Right? We have to go into the little valley and then lean into the plane and then do a turn and land. Pretty much a tactical, kind of a tactical landing. And airliners, their approach is just nuts. They're like grazing the sides of the mountains with their planes every time they land in that airport. That airport is, it's crazy. Go around procedures are another thing that is nuts here. Let's see. The approaches. Let's see what the RNAV runway 2 would look like. Yeah, you gotta do this weird ass turn. And then at the last minute, whoop, turn into runway 2. See? It is. It's a tough one. It's a tough airplane, tough airport to land in. You gotta be doing this approach while you're turning, and then, oh, there's the runway. Land it. We should get Sim Caesar to do it, you know, and in an airliner. See if he can land a nice, one of his wonderful butter landings in that airport. All right, we're gonna start descending. Nice slow descent. Nothing too crazy. We can do a little more. No controller, so we're good. Just us. It feels really nice not having the white dot anymore. I gotta admit that even though I wasn't as annoyed as Sim was every time it showed up on the screen, it was, sometimes it did mess me up because you couldn't turn a knob or something because a freaking dot was there. Somebody told me once that dot was there and you couldn't move something, you just had to jiggle the mouse, jiggle the joystick a little bit, and then you could. And that kind of worked. But not having to worry about it is even better. There you go. We are approaching the Delta airspace. Continue traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo, 25 miles to the southeast, inbound to try and approach for runway 2. Continue. It's cloudy. And here in El Salvador, it's cloudy too, so it's broken clouds, but still flying VFR. So we're gonna have to try to avoid all of these clouds. And it's gonna be a little tough. let's see, these mountains that are right in front of us, tallest peaks are 5,000 feet. So we'll stay at 6,000. 6,500, and then we'll descend down to 4,000 after we pass those peaks. There's a restricted airspace called Cerro La Mole. Level high and low. Oh, I can't go through that. Okay. There's some airspace that we can't go through right ahead of us, so we're gonna have to turn. All right, let's go ahead and turn. Let's get it into heading mode, and I guess we'll go north of that. Heading mode. Is that restricted airspace showing up on this thing too? No. Oh yeah, it is. It's right there. Can't go into that airspace. Three. Tree. And I'm going to go ahead and turn it a little bit. Just to nice and clear of that restricted airspace. And we're going to stay right here, 6,500. Alright, let's get the weather information for Toncontin. It is mostly VFR and 30.12. 30.12. So we're a little higher than we thought, which is good. Going through these little puffy clouds. Through the little hole in the clouds. And we are going to be turning. We are going to be... Oh, check it out. There's a ridge there, so we're going to go right through this ridge probably. Stop our descent. See, this is the thing about Honduras. You gotta know your way around it. Toncontin traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, 11 miles to the east inbound to enter base for runway 2. Alright. And now we take off the autopilot and we fly this puppy by hand. First thing we do is we're gonna slow it down. I'm gonna go ahead and open these things. I'm gonna go ahead and turn on our fuel pumps. Alright. Fix our mixture a little bit. Put our prop up. And here we continue our descent to around 5,000. Because the airport is at 3,300. And we're at 6,000. So, and that's the city over there. That's Tegucigalpa City. And the airport is smack dab inside the city. So yeah. Ooh, look how close to the ground we are. That's the airport right ahead. And that's that little hill or mountain that is right at the end of the runway, so we're gonna have to go in here, drop down, and swoop landing. Airliners have to do it from over here. They come through this little valley here, and then they have to do that last minute turn and then land. It's crazy. It's crazy. Alright, we're pretty much on base. Toncontin traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo on base, runway 2, Toncontin. Alright, 5,000, and we can go through these little hills here and take it down. I'm thinking that for a small plane, it's not that, it's not that freaky, not that traumatic, right? For a jetliner, it's not fun. And I know friends who have flown in here, and yeah, they're like, nope, I don't want to fly there again ever. Because it is seriously, here it comes down. 3 greens. Let's see, do we have the 3 greens? We do. Got our flaps in there, slow us down. Alright. Mixture is rich. You guys see the runway yet? It's right over here. It's right in the middle of the city, which is also pretty dangerous. The fact that you're flying right into the middle of the city. Guatemala and Honduras have their airports right in the city, which, yeah, also is a little unnerving, I guess. Costa Rica does as well, so yeah. El Salvador, you have to drive out like 40 minutes out in the middle of nowhere to the coast. Okay, let's go ahead. After this hill, we can go ahead and start descending really quickly. And turn to final. There it is. Continue traffic November 42 Micromere Echo turning final for runway 2. Continue. Oh, not a good time for a phone call. Who's calling me? I'm sorry, buddy. Ah, look at that. We missed it. Darn it. Can we save it? Can we save it? Probably not a good idea to try to save it, is it? But I don't want to do it again, so we're going to try to save it. There we go. And we made it. All right, welcome to Honduras and the traumatic Toncontin Airport. You will find clean underwear next to your seat. Please be sure to tip your attendants because they have to clean this mess. Good thing your pilot was wearing the brown pants today, so. Woohoo! Welcome, welcome, welcome. Honduras. This is one crazy, crazy airport. But it looks very much like this. It's very, very, very much like this. Hondi. Yep. And basically, we're going to do a touch and go here, and we're going to just take off and continue our way over to El Salvador, which is our next stop. My hometown. And then from there, I'm going to check the weather because I think Guatemala will be clouded, and we may not be able to make it. I think it's IFR, but we'll check. In the meantime, we're going to check this thing. Menu, invert the flight plan. Right. And we're going to go and check this thing. Clear. Yes. And we're going to add Mike Triple Sierra. Ilopango, El Salvador. Going over to my house. Let it go, and the desired track is 260, so we're gonna put 260 over here. All right. Okay, we're gonna turn that off for now. And we're gonna announce our takeoff. Toncontin traffic, November 40 Mike Romeo Echo, taking off runway 2, departure to the west. Toncontin. Let's go ahead and take off. Bye bye Honduras, it was beautiful. Scary, but beautiful. And we're out. Feet on the brakes. Bye Hondi. It was like, hello Hondi. Bye Hondi. Gear comes up. Alright, gears up. And indicating up. That is good. The power of the Seneca of climb. This sucker climbs like it's beautiful. out that way. So we'll just climb a little bit more here. Dunquantine traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo. 4,500, departing to the west. Dunquantine, let's go. We could climb a lot steeper than this, but I want to keep it civil. I want to keep it civilized. At Honduras. Tegucigalpa, city in the mountains. We are out of the problem there with the tall mountains, but now we're gonna enter the problem with the clouds. So let's see, we're gonna have to deviate a little bit because of all those clouds. Maybe this thing will work. Does this thing work now? On. They look like fluffy clouds that we can go through. So we shall see if we can go through these clouds. Although we are breaking all the rules of VFR flying by going through the clouds. But since there is no air traffic control, we're going to go ahead and soldier on. Okay, we're breaking through the tops. That's good. Leave them below us. Okay, we've deviated a little bit too far. Let's see. Oh, we're still okay. Thank goodness for the GPS. The GPS saving my butt. Alright, 8,500, but I'm thinking we're gonna have to go ahead and climb up to, on this side there are no, 8,500 is good. There aren't that many taller mountains that we need to look out for. The only problem is these clouds. I'm gonna be flying through them. Just above them. No, we're gonna be going through them, and I don't look like bad clouds, but the radar isn't showing anything like to worry about, so we'll soldier on. We'll soldier on. Alright, we're at 8,500. Let's go ahead and turn on heading mode. Let's get the heading somewhere in the vicinity of where we need to go. Heading. Let's turn this on. Alright. And decline. And let's set our airplane. Alright, we're set for cruise, and we're at 8,500. Check it out. We're good. We are good. Honduras. Leaving the clouds behind. Let me get that information on Guatemala, because that one... Okay, Guatemala says it's VFR right now, so... I think we're going to be able to finish strong. From Costa Rica all the way to Guatemala. Hitting all the major cities in the way. So far, we've touched 3 countries. I'm going to touch our 4th country. And that should be a lot of fun. Here we are. Let's see. Oop. Right. Started in Costa Rica. Flew over Lake Nicaragua. Landed in Nicaragua. Went through the mountains to Honduras. Landed in Tegucigalpa, in the weirdest, most disgusting, toughest airport of the morning, and then from there take off, heading to Mike Triple Sierra, which is my home airport, and then from there it's just a tiny little hop to get to Guatemala, which is at some point in history, Guatemala was the capital city of all Central America. Like there was a big chunk from here to all the way down here. All of this was called the Kingdom of Guatemala. So all of us were part of the Kingdom of Guatemala. And the fact that it was the capital city of the new American Empire, or whatever these guys were calling it back then, also means that it's pretty much the biggest and the nicest looking city and the most prepared one of all of them, because it has all of that historical baggage. I don't know if it's baggage, historical weight, right? It's got historical weight. And because I was talking about that, I missed my turn. Let's turn here and then we'll catch. And as soon as we capture it, I'll put it on nav mode, and then it'll follow it by itself. So yeah, that has, like, it's got a beautiful zoo, and big zoo, and like really nice palaces and buildings and stuff, and the architecture's always been ahead of everybody else. So yeah, Guatemala is... It was the capital, man. That's why it's still... To this day, it's, I think, maybe the biggest city in all of Central America. Yeah. The one that prospered the most quickly. In pretty much every industry, they were always, like, leading. Lately, they've run into some bad luck, economically and politically speaking, but the city still, the infrastructure is still a lot better than most of the other infrastructure, and all of the other Central American countries. So yeah. Alright, nav mode. Yeah. And I'm going to take a little break, and I'm going to leave the autopilot here playing And I'm going to put a song, and I shall be back in just a jiffy, guys. And I'm back. And I'm gonna turn that off. Sorry about that. See, the autopilot had it. No need to worry. Autopilot did its job perfectly. We are 21 nautical miles away from sorry about that, from my house. Actually, no, not my house, but my country. El Salvador, which is the smallest country in Central America. It is so tiny, in fact, that if you get on an airplane and you fly 1 hour in any direction, you're out of the country. It is super tiny. And I think we're not in it yet. Let's see. Okay, we are right at the tippity top. Yeah, top corner of it right now. We're entering El Salvador. We are on the border of El Salvador and Honduras. I'm thinking it's one of these rivers that divide us. And we are, all of this is Chalatenango. This is like a lot of mountain area, a lot of cool places to visit. Very hilly, and the architecture around this, all of this around here is very poor, but also very reminiscent of Switzerland. Like the people who had money, who went to live there, tend to be there was a lot of German population living there. They made their houses in that style. Right? Over to our left, over there, you'll see the biggest cities on the west, on the east side of El Salvador, which is San Miguel, San Francisco Gotera, and La Union, which is way over here. Area there. There's a tiny little air park over here, so, but it's more like a mud strip, right? And people can land in here, and that's where the president, at some point in his career, the actual Salvadorian president, said that he was going to make another international airport over there. But I think he ran out of money, so that project is still waiting. And you can see El Salvador is very typical of all Central American countries. A bunch of volcanoes everywhere. Right? You got volcanoes all over the place. And some you can see right away that are volcanoes because of their conical shape. Right? There are others that it's a little difficult. This one is also very typical volcanic shape. These are volcanic shape as well. And there are others that aren't as easy to tell, except when you look at a satellite image and you can see, like, holy moly, that's a mother volcano. It's a big volcano. I still have the gear up. Yeah, thanks. It's like that. And we gotta get rid of this. There we go. I've forgotten to take that off. Anyways, yeah, a lot of volcanoes. And here we're coming to El Cerrón Grande. Right. And this is like one of the most important rivers, Rio Lempa. It goes through a lot of El Salvador, and it also has, I think in El Salvador it has 3 different power plants that use the same river at different points. So a lot of El Salvador electricity is made from these dams. It's like I think I heard it was more than 50% of the electricity of El Salvador is from dams. There's there's another bunch of it that's made with solar farms and wind farms. But there's also still a pretty big percentage that is still produced with engines, right? With diesel engines. Alright, that is the San Vicente volcano right over here. It is a huge, huge thing. And thank goodness it's been dormant forever. But also ahead of us, right here, is the San Salvador volcano, which is right overlooking the city of San Salvador, which is the capital city of El Salvador. And we live in its shadow. And that one erupted last in 1917 was the last time it erupted, and thank goodness it erupted in the opposite direction of the city. So even though there were earthquakes and there was some destruction because of the earthquakes, there were no lava flows into the city. It was all on the other side. And you can see the lava flows are still there. They're big, big lava fields there of dried brown land of the rock. The weather for the final leg it still says here it is VFR, so I'm gonna trust Navigraph. It's telling us that it's VFR, and I think we can ask for the weather too. So yeah, it still says it's VFR, so we're gonna trust it. Now, I did buy the scenery, but it's not this one. There's, I don't remember where the scenery that I bought had it had the power plants, the dams. This bridge is here, yeah, but I think these dams are not, these are dams here that provide electricity. But there's a really big one, and that one I think is further down here somewhere. But I don't think that one is in this. It's further down this way. That's an impressive looking dam, it's big. This leg is only 113 nautical miles, so that's pretty good. And we are right now within range of air traffic control for Mike Triple Sierra, so we're going to go ahead and say that we are 36 miles. What is this? Yeah, this is a delta. So we're going to go ahead and although wait, you're not supposed to, right? On a delta you don't have to. have to talk to air traffic control to get into the Delta, right? Delta airspace? I don't think so. I remember when we talk to air traffic control, we usually talk directly to tower, but that's when we're closer to them. Closer to the airport, and we're flying below the airspace. So. But now we're right in it, so I'm going to go ahead and announce what the heck. Ilopango traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, type Seneca. 8,500 feet, about 32 miles to the east of Mike Triple Sierra, inbound to land at Mike Triple Sierra. Let's see what the information for Ilopango is. Airport. Okay, elevation 2,000 feet. And weather. It's 29908. It's gonna be around here. And the wind is to the north. So we're gonna be landing on runway 33. Runway 33 it is. So, be right back. The doggy wants to go out. 1 second. Right. This is the fourth country in this morning's flight. Here you can see this is called Ilopango Lake, and the airport is right on the edge of this lake right here. We're going to start descending to around, go down to 4,000. And this is the lake that I was telling you about. This is it's actually a caldera of a volcano, and the volcano is also called Ilopango. And the last time it erupted was in the year 400. Oh no, actually no. The last time it erupted was in 19 something rather, and a little volcano came up inside it, making these tiny little islands in there. But before that, the time it blew up, that made the crater, that was in the year 408 AD, and the explosion was so big that it pretty much decimated all the Mayan cultures and towns in all of Central America. And ashes and debris from that explosion have been found as far as Greenland. So yeah, they say that after that explosion, the earth kind of went a little dark with the ashes all over the world. So yeah, we're hoping it won't it won't erupt ever again like that. But then we also have this other volcano right over here, and that is called the San Salvador volcano, and this is the city where I live. And we live between this volcano, and also over here on this side is another volcano. So I am caught between three volcanoes. 1 second, guys. Be right back. All right, we're gonna do our approach from within the lake. And here we're gonna take off nav mode, we're gonna go into heading mode, and we're gonna turn into the lake because the approach is from the lake. So I'm gonna do it like that. Ooh. And this looks so familiar to me because this is my home airport. Airport is right over on this side of the lake. The International El Salvador Airport, this is only for GA pretty much, and military. The International Airport is over here on this side. It's close to the ocean. It's a lot more flat. There's and a lot of room to grow. This one we have volcanoes. Here's the main part of the city though. We're going to be overflying that when we take off towards Guatemala, which is the last leg of our flight. And these bumps here, they don't really exist. As soon as you get close, it renders the mesh properly and it flattens it out. I don't know why. It looks like a mountain from far away, but as you get closer, the mesh it corrects itself, which is weird. All right. Down, and we're going to turn on the fuel pumps and our landing lights. Ilopango traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo, 12 miles to the southeast. Inbound to do a straight in for runway 33, currently at 4,000 feet. Ilopango. That was all out of order. All right. Let's get our mixture set up properly. Our prop. All right. 4,000 feet, and we're going to take off the autopilot now, and we're going to fly it by hand. We're going to fly it right into Ilopango Lake. Ilopango Lake now has like one of the best golf courses on this side, right on the edge. Play golf and then go sailing in the lake, and the restaurants in that golf course are really nice. And on this side there's a whole bunch of like really cool restaurants right over on here on this edge here, and on the rim here at the top. And there's one of them that are super famous there because it has a brewery, a microbrewery. If you're into beers, that's a nice place to go. They have all sorts of food that goes well with their beer. Turn this off. There we go. I've done this so many times. Visually, what you do is you line up with this part, this little island that comes out into the lake here. You line up with that, and then whoop, straight into the airport. 3-3. And this part always gets a little bumpy because you're basically going over the lip of the volcano, like the edge of the caldera, and it gets windy. Then as soon as you're over the water, it's... Ooh. Oh wow, that was a weird stutter. Yeah, as soon as you're over the water, it's nice and calm. The winds get super calm. Okay. There we go. Here it comes down. Flaps. And the airport is right over on this side. Right there. This is San Salvador volcano. And this is the city. All of this is the city right here. San Salvador City. Start seeing the runway directly pointed at us. And then we just turn in. Ilopango traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo. Turning final for runway 33 Ilopango. See it now? It's right there. Taking out your flaps. Slow down and we pitch. We are configured for landing, so let's go ahead and just turn it in. Now this is custom scenery, so the airport actually looks nice. It looks exactly what it looks like in real life. Alright, welcome to Ilopango International Airport. Ilopango International Airport is an it's mostly military and mostly GA. It's actually mostly GA and it's a little bit of military. The police use it here, so they have their helicopters and stuff. And and all of these are private hangars over here. They still have some hangar space, which is great because They are planning on doing an upgrade to it and making it the premier GA airport for Central America. At least that's what the president has promised to all of the pilots. But it's got a VOR, and you can see the VOR right here. The array is over here. And this used to be the international airport of El Salvador, like back in the 60s, 70s, 50s, all of that. I remember when I was a kid, the first time I flew out of El Salvador, it was from this airport. And the airline was Pan Am, just so you realize how long ago that was. And it's a military air base. It still has that building. Although now in there it's a museum, aviation museum. And all of this area is, this is all like where you do immigration and all of this stuff. Like if you're flying or coming from a different country, you stop there and you do that. Here's where they scan your airplane and they put dogs that go in your airplane and whatever. Over on this side, this is the Alpha Taxiway. You go to all the private hangars. And they have two different fuel pumps, so there's two different companies that you can buy your fuel from. All of these hangars are pretty much spot on. They're like exactly where they're supposed to be, and they look very much like that. It's like this guy copied it really well. These are not real parking spots, so that's kind of weird. But this hangar is right there. This is not here. This doesn't exist. This is a... But this gas pump here does exist. And here, the hangar doesn't look like this, but this is where my school is. This is where I fly the Cherokees out of. And all of these from here to here are all schools. These are all flight schools, different flight schools, different people. And they also have mechanics. Schools for mechanics and all sorts of stuff. And these are also flight schools. Right. And these are private hangars. This is a very powerful family, and they have their hangar there. And these are exactly like this. Exactly like this. This ATR, I don't know what it's doing here. It's not. It's not there. Alright, let's fill up and let's do our last leg of the day. Yay, Guatemala. Here we come, Guatemala. Let me go ahead and park it. This is where the picture of the Tomahawk was. See, my school is over here, so I see the Tomahawk. I saw all the planes that come here to fill up, and whenever that Tomahawk comes here, you better believe it. I'm like, oh, dude, that Tomahawk looks amazing. I want to fly it. Alright. We are set. Let's go ahead and taxi. Ilopango traffic, November 42 Micro Echo, taxiing to runway 33, Ilopango. Saying my call sign number here in the simulator is a lot easier than saying my call sign in real life, which is Yankee Sierra 155 Papa Echo. It's so long. Yankee Sierra 155 Papa Echo. Alright. We're going to go ahead and use the whole runway. First launch flaps. I never turned off the fuel pumps, so we should be still going with the fuel pumps. Let's see. Yes, still going. This over here is the run-up area, so you have these little circles here where we do our run-ups on the Cherokees. And let me just check that I have my trim properly. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and leave it ready for takeoff. Ilopango traffic, November 42, Mike Romeo Echo, taking off runway 33, departure to the west. Ilopango. Alright, here we go. Last leg. Bye bye, Ilopango. And rotate. Tap the brakes. Everything looks good. Here comes up. Pressure. And I forgot to do this, but I can do it on the fly. Invert flight plan. Flight plan. And let's clear the second one. Clear. While we climb. And we're going to put what is it? MGGT. Alright. Okie dokie. So we gotta go 106. Sense, right? 106? No. Desired track? Really? I don't know. I don't think that's doing it right. I'm gonna check. I think that's wrong. Alright, we just took off. That is the city. We're gonna overfly the city so you guys can get a look at the El Salvador. And we continue our climb. Now we can turn these off. Ourselves a little bit of lean, and let's look from outside. That's the airport where we just took off. That's Ilopango back here, and this is San Salvador City, and you can see here's our soccer stadium. Big soccer stadium was right over here, and these are custom buildings from the scenery that I purchased. These are very iconic El Salvadorian buildings, so you can see them. But what I wanted to show you here on this side, look, you can see the coast from this altitude. This is the ocean right here, the Pacific Ocean. But this is the volcano that is right overlooking all of El Salvador. Here's the other volcano that is on this side called La Laguna. It's called the Lagoon, but it's dried up. It's not a lagoon anymore. And I live right on the border of this lagoon, so. And but check out this volcano. This one is stunning. How big it is, and you know, it's right next to the city. And what I'm gonna do is set the autopilot. No, heading mode. There we go. And stop it, climb. Just a short little climb there. And check it out. That is San Salvador volcano. All of this here are restaurants and resorts and things. Up here at the top is a national park. Right, and so you can from here take nice pictures of the crater and everything. And when I was a kid, there were trails that you could take from here all the way down to here, and it would take maybe 3 hours to get down here. And now after like a earthquake in 2000 and something, all the trails got washed off, so you can no longer go down here unless you got like super good equipment. So yeah, it's deep. It's a deep hike. And the last time that volcano erupted, it erupted in this direction, and you can see the lava flows over here. And over around in this area, like right in all of these lava flows, they made a racetrack. So, you know, if you have a race car, you can go and race your car there. Pretty cool. Right. I'm gonna go in this direction. Right. Heading. Oh, this is still stuck on a direct to, that's why. Clear it. Can you clear the direct to? Okay, let's go direct to MGGT then. Direct to. That makes sense. 307 makes sense. All right. We're going to stay at 9,000. Actually, we could have stayed at... Let's go down. We could stay at 8,500, I think. As we get closer to Guatemala, is a lot higher up. And there's some hills you got to climb over, but I'm not sure if they go up to 8,000. But we'll see as soon as we start getting closer. If we need to climb or not. This lake ahead of us it's another volcano. This is this lake here is called Izalco. This volcano is called Izalco. And this is the one that here on Cerro Verde they built the hotel so you could see it, and as soon as they inaugurated this hotel, this thing went dormant. This is another volcano, which is called Volcán de Santa Ana. And this volcano erupted like in the 2000s. And it was a pretty big eruption. And it just blew a bunch of stuff up into the sky. And it went straight up, thank goodness. Yeah, and this here is... This is called Lago de Coatepeque. It's a Coatepeque lake, and this is also a volcano. Yeah, this was scary. Nobody was expecting this one. When this one went up, there was no warnings. It just went boom, straight up, and all over El Salvador you heard that boom. And the pictures were scary because it was just a big dark cloud going from the volcano up. But thank goodness all it did was just drop a whole bunch of ash everywhere, and that was it. Then it went back to sleep again. And since that eruption, I've gone up there 3 times. I've gone up to the crater and walked around, hiked all of this because it's beautiful. Like hiking is amazing over there. It is really, really nice, and it's not that difficult. Like this is tougher to climb because it's mostly rock and sand, and this one it's got tons of vegetation, and you can see like as you go up, it starts losing vegetation and it starts getting more arid and more desert like. At the bottom it's like a rainforest, like super rainforesty, and as you climb up it starts getting more like temperate weather, like colder, and as you get to the top near the edge it's all like desert and they're cactus and stuff. It's really interesting. And this beautiful lake here is also the crater of a volcano. You can see by the outline, the edge. But nobody knows when this one, I don't think anybody knows when this one went up last time. It was just pretty much always been a lake. However, it's super deep. Very, very deep. So yeah. This is Coatepeque Lake and Santa Ana volcano. Over here on this side, we're not going to be able to see because we're too far away, but over on this side there are ruins, Mayan ruins, and little Mayan cities that you can visit. Here also, here's another set of Mayan ruins. All of this is really good for coffee, growing coffee. You get really, really delicious coffee because of the volcanic ash. The water, no, the volcano, it's not cold, but it's not warm. And inside there's certain parts of the volcano, of the lake, that does have hot springs, right? So there are hot springs in there, and you can see the water smoking. But it's so much water. It's that those little vents are not going to warm up the entire lake. It's huge. But it's fun. You can go into you can walk around and swim around the hot vents, and it's nice. Okay, let's go ahead and. Oh, were we still climbing? I think we were still climbing. Oh no, now we're descending. Okay, climb. I stopped our climb, and then I forgot to check again. Yeah, these are the Tazumal ruins. These ruins are also a Mayan city, Mayan temple, and the whole city was around it by the time they found them. They excavated them. They're like, we're not going to continue excavation because people live here now, right? But people think that underneath this town is another Mayan town. you go. 62 nautical miles. El Salvador. As I said, you fly in any direction for 1 hour and you're out of El Salvador because it's so tiny. It is super, super tiny. It's like some people in the States, they know their state really well. Like they know, like I have friends who live in Florida, and they know all of Florida. Like, oh no, you gotta go here, blah 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 blah. Like El Salvador is like that. You know the entire country because it's so small. You've pretty much been everywhere. We're gonna level out at 8,500. Well, that's not that hard to imagine because they say that the last time it erupted, there were people hiking up the volcano when the Santa Ana volcano erupted. So, yeah, those. I don't remember if there were any deaths reported that time, but we know that there were people up there when it boomed. That's crazy. It wasn't that long ago. It was, I think, in 2001, maybe? I'm going to check last time Ilamatepec erupted. Let me just level out here at 8,500. That's a bit of a perfectionist, so I'm gonna get it right. 20,000. All right, cool. And we're gonna go ahead and set our cruise power settings. I'll leave it at 32 inches. Close enough. All right, let's see. When was the last time Ilamatepec erupted? October 1st, 2005. Yeah. San Salvador's Santa Ana volcano, also known as Ilamatepec, erupted. It's its first eruption since 1904. Yeah, the October 1st eruption reportedly shot out car-sized lava rocks and a flood of boiling mud and water. So, yeah. That wasn't that far away, and I'm sure there must be pictures of that. Let's see, images. Yeah, here we are. Let me show you. Let's see some pictures. And edge. Oh, what happened to edge? There we go. That's from Santa Ana City, and this is the. You know how it looked from different parts of the country. No, this is not is it? I don't know if that's okay. No, these are different ones. These are different ones. Went to a different one. This is Izalco. That's Izalco. That's ours. Guatemala's are. They look like this one. They're more cone shaped. And they have fire. Ours were mostly mud and rocks and boiling stuff. So yeah. Let's see if there are any Ilamatepec. Ilamatepec is still like this. This is the lake that we flew over it. And this is what it looked like from while it was erupting, right? Now it's all of this is dry and it's okay. You can walk around this whole rim. There are paths here in the rim. And here at the bottom is a green lake. It looks like this. And that green lake is smoking and it smells like sulfur. It's the inside of that lake. There we go. That's what it looks like. A little green thing at the bottom. Green water. And it's always got a little bit of smoke coming out of it. So yeah. But now they have after that eruption, now there's a geological survey thing there, and every day before you go up, you have to check in with them and ask if you can go up or not, and they let you know based on any kind of volcanic activity, if it's safe, if they think it's going to be safe, you know, for your hike, and they let you go up. If they have had a lot of like small tremors or whatever, or a lot of, you know, extra activity, they warn you and they say, nope, don't go up. So yeah, we learned, right? We learned. Pretty much all of El Salvador volcanoes now have a team of geologists making sure that they're safe. We are right now, I think we are over Guatemala now. Yeah. We are outside of El Salvador's border. We just crossed it. That's how small El Salvador is. Tiny, tiny, tiny place. And we are in, let's see, are we or are we not? Tepa? No, yeah, we are out. Yeah, we just passed, there's a river called the Peace River, and we left that behind. Here's the border. We are in Guatemala territory right now. Guatemala is a lot bigger than El Salvador. We are 37 miles away from Aurora Airport. So we should start looking into this approach. Weather at Aurora is 30.09, so let's set that on this thing. 30.09. So around there. The airport is at 5,000 feet, so 4,900. 4,952. So our pattern altitude will be 6,000. Funny thing is, we gotta get over some mountains before we can see the city. So it's not as extreme as Honduras was, but it's, you know, you're still 5,000 feet in elevation, so mixture is a consideration. And the terrain is a consideration also. But the airport itself, the approach is clear, so that's okay. Just getting to the airport is a little tough. And once you get to it, you know, the approaches onto the field are easy. Not complicated at all. Let's see, what's the weather like? Okay, 40 at 8 knots. Right back. Okay. So we're gonna probably land on runway 2. Runway 2. We're gonna have an 8-knot headwind and a 3-knot crosswind. So that's good. Runway 2. Cool. Alright, runway 2, and then we can be out by Oscar, and that's where all the hangars are on that side. On the other side I think is a military. There you go, guys. Welcome to Guatemala City. We are right below us. Start descending. We're still a bit out. Let's see, how far out are we? Let's look at the terrain. Now we're still too far out. Let's not descend yet. Let's stay at 8,500. Oh, we were already at 8,500. Alright. See if we can get down to 6,500. Although I think these mountains are going to get in our way. Let's see. Four 4,000. 5,000. I think we may be okay. I'm gonna go down to 7,000 feet. Let's try to stay out of the clouds. Right. Gonna stay here at 7,000. Right, let's go ahead and give it a little bit of gas here in the mixture. Let's get our crops going a little faster. Let's slow the bird. Gotta slow the bird down a bit. All of our cities are like really well protected by these mountain ranges. Guatemala is it started out in the middle and then it grew up into the mountain ranges. You see all of this? Like the airport is over this little hump here down into that valley. But all of this is city that overflowed. It overflowed out of the valley and into the mountains. And nice place to live, and it's nice and cool. I mean, you're like around 6,000 feet up in the air. Nice and cool. But then you get jokers like me flying over your house all the time because, you know, you're so freaking close to the airport. Aurora traffic, November 42 micrometer echo type Seneca, 7 miles to the southeast inbound to land on runway 2 Aurora. We are getting to the very, very edge of the valley here. And then it's the drop off to the main part of the city. These are just like the outskirts. And we're a little low, so I'm gonna go ahead and take the autopilot off and fly ourselves. And here. And we'll do a right downwind pattern for runway 2. And you'll see the airport as soon as you pass over this little hill here. It's right there. Guatemala. And now we can go ahead and descend. And start getting into our downwind. Guatemala traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo, entering right downwind for runway 2. Aurora. This one also, this approach is pretty cool because you have all these visual cues. Like when you're in a big plane, you go all the way over to that little lake over there at the end at 6,000 feet, and then you do your approach in. So it's pretty easy to not get lost. Without having to like constantly, oh, where's the runway? Where's the runway? That little lake up at the top gives us very good visual reference. Okay, gear comes down. All right, 3 greens, we're good. First notch of flaps. Second notch of flaps. And we go ahead and turn. Aurora traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo on base runway 2. Aurora. Now, Aurora has a tricky thing because the airport is on a little mesa, so you gotta make up for that fact because it'll trick you visually. Aurora traffic, November 42 Mike Romeo Echo on final for runway 2, 4 mile final, Aurora. All right. See, the airport. There's like a little valley right before the airport. There's like a, I don't know what you call that. And those houses in front of it make it seem like it's flat. So you gotta like really not focus on that little valley in front of the airport. That'll just trick you. Okay. We're on glide slope according to the puppies. Puppies. Full flaps. All right, we are on the ground. In Guatemala. This is also scenery that I got from. This one's actually bought. I bought this airport. But it looks exactly like it's supposed to. All these buildings are spot on. Like even the markings on the buildings and everything is spot on. So we're gonna stay right around here maybe, because further up is the terminal for the big jets and stuff. So I'm gonna go ahead and leave it here. Aurora traffic, November 42, Micro Miracle clear of the runway. Aurora. All right, and we're gonna turn this puppy off. We are at our final destination for today. It has been a fun flight. I hope you guys had as much fun as I did traveling across 5 different countries. We visited 5 countries today in one morning. So that's how small Central America is. But yeah. Thank you all for coming along. Sleazy, thank you for being here. And also, I don't know if Planet Neutral is still here, but if you are, thank you for hanging out. And knowing, or at least visiting a couple of the countries close to where I live. Look at this airport. Oh my gosh, this airport is so nice. This dude, he even made those buildings that are right around the airport, which are like great visual cues, because you know when you're flying VFR around here, you can make it out. You make out exactly what it's like. That Avianca hangar there. Aeromotores, all of this looks just like this. And the new terminal, he made it in the new terminal also. So yeah, this is just exactly what it looks like. And he did a great job of making this airport look real. Anyways, thank you so much for being here. I'll see you guys later, probably today, and maybe I'll try to jump into Sim Caesar's stream as well, and I'll be talking to you guys there. And let me see if there's anybody we can raid anybody, because that would be fun. And 757 is DeLorean. Let's DeLorean is doing Fortnite. We haven't raided DeLorean in a while. Let's go raid DeLorean. Thank you for being here, and I will see you guys very soon. Tomorrow, probably. I'll be streaming tomorrow morning as well. So, see you guys. Bye.
Hey, Mr. Sim Egan rating. Good to see you. How you doing?
Over here. He rock around up there. Where do you go? He rock around.
Hiya. Good to see